Tôi chào mọi người. Thì hôm nay tôi tiếp tục với Genshin. Tôi không nhớ phiên bản mấy nhưng mà tôi chơi cái chơi.
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon?
Đúng rồi.
Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there right away. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Map này.
Try and stop me. I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his endgame here?
Everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the crystalline itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rarir did this. Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rarir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Khi đó đã rất nguy hiểm rồi.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere in Not Cry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Có đăng test thì chắc biết được nhiều hơn, nhưng mà nếu không cứ thích ẩn thực hiện chả biết đâu cả.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. And if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we...
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, somewhere like the Eye of Craddy, or the Pillar of Embla.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not...
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Roma đi rồi.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. And if we do run into Rear,
That's when you follow the 3rd rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
didn't you say the 3rd rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rarir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to...
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anefa, let's go.
Đến sương sương. Bạn ơi, trước tôi là Lau Ma, lại cũng không quay ra được clip nào thì cái gì ta, cái BT nó mẹ xuống tới đáy luôn. Thề giờ đang ra cho ráng lấy banner này quỷ quá, sợ thật.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Ugh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flints?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rereer! If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it! I swear—
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick! Why is he attacking the damselette? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
That was too close!
We barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
Đây có lẽ vẫn chưa phải toàn bộ sức mạnh.
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes, but right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter strategy? But we don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long... No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have?
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Lama? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she'd pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking.
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But
Trốn tránh không phải là cách giải quyết triệt để.
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions, any relationship based on need, is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided.
Thank you, Lama. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake cut off from its source.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The 3 moons belong to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the frost moon, yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow, so when our fingers touched. But this method of recovery is painfully slow.
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Lush as the moonlight.
Be silent. Beware the creatures of the night.
They just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's house to escape! This goes on much longer.
Close your eyes.
Preparing for dust up. Defensive mode engaged.
For the everlasting forest. Forest, protect us.
Flash attack!
Be silent. To dust. Close your...
Annihilation mode.
By the frost moon of old. Lush as the moonlight.
Look, the rainbow!
The night comes.
Insulation chamber. Preparing for dust up.
With one heart, we pray. Receive my blessing.
Flash attack!
The long sleep beckons. Be silent.
For the everlasting forest. Branch into song.
Pyroclastic surge!
Cắt ca rồi.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amspartnir? Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network.
Mang tới tình báo Bắc Đại Lục.
AKA, the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected, but you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsfartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but my squad took heavy injuries and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest, you already know.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, but now that a new variable has come into play...
A new variable? You mean... us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rarir is an individual with an agenda. That said, while I know I was explaining everything just now...
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log. A Nodcryan Ratnik's field...
Oh. No.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfartnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari, Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rarier. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rarier in his current state.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our...
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the large... They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow...
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, this solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but... we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rarier's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Rake. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue, and she...
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when...
Ah, she heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal.
Details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarier. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nodcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And...
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Cô chính là
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you.
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a moon chanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by... If there's any way we can...
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir was after.
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Inepha did a scan of the moon goddess's Kuvaki signature, and once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nagcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't...
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
Nó dễ vậy nó cười quá. Kurumina nhìn cười.
Lady Damselat. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau?
Chờ chút để tôi đi toilet cái đã. Ok. Chỗ đây.
We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't...
Huh. You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against?
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this, actually, before you answer that? Just so we're clear.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the...
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. Is that a no, then?
Vậy chúng ta đang có kẻ địch chung.
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I...
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Fevronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of two...
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths... guess that's our cue to leave. That might be your plan, but it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little... Huh? What do you mean? Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapons system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick, or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my...
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you. Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
Đúng nghĩa là chỉ đứng một chỗ vậy bạn.
Good work, Bosco 1. Bosco 2, prepare to fire!
Đông quá, đông quá, sợ quá, cứu đi với. Trời ơi, sợ quá, đông quá trời quá, sợ quá đi. Sợ quá quý vị ạ. Trời ơi, cứu tôi với mọi người. Đông quá, sợ quá. Trời ơi, sợ quá. Trời ơi, sợ quá trời, sợ quá. Bơi. Rồi từ đấy anh này bơi và là ném. Mẹ mày. Còn mẹ mày.
Rotate out. Deploy all backup units. Get in there and hold the line. They're more tenacious than I thought. Whatever. This is where the real fun begins.
Đấy, đấy.
Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll put you all back together again. I promise.
Ơi, sợ quá. Trời ơi, đông quá trời.
Finally, the Ranger himself. Time to... Huh? Where'd he go? Uh-oh. Polonia, get him! I've upgraded Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this, once and for...
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you big...
Curse it. Moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past? It almost looks like some kind of...
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the...
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going... I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things... Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however...
on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rerir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what? Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Quit dragging me. I genuinely can't run any further.
Hey, aren't you?
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big in Nodcry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel. It was back when I first arrived in Nodcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction, and wouldn't you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods, plus any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangamabe. So, let me guess.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the...
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? At the very least, I need...
What if I told you it's someone with the power?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures.
Your supply...
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but look, if you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encounter...
Of course not! I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No.
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got...
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Anyway.
Hi, River. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new I'll test it out, and if it's as good as ever. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack.
They didn't sign their name, but they must.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about it, but if he invites me again.
The Lindis. That's the same name Rerir meant.
Grain imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the...
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly... That would explain why they use so much stone in their... They even use alchemically modified strains for food.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering, despite what he's become. It seems like... Did Rerir rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than the burial place of a fallen moon. It was you who helped me see that my heart...
This is just trivial sentimentality from the burial place of a...
Rerir! Over here!
Dane! Oh, and, Vedelfin here?
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well, I'm flattered.
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an evil...
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need...
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you... A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story.
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me.
Me? Same old, nothing much to... What's up, Ved?
It's nothing.
Vedelfin, Dainslift's elder brother. And yet, despite the gulf, does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother? Or why did he react so strongly?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. Perfectly normal. As frightening as this monster is in the...
Thelindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifilnir showed up today, too.
Ah, Mr. Vedifilnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainsleif mention that I'd recently proposed, and...
So, you're worried? You can be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now.
So, you do remember. Tell me then.
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusion. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach. And what becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever... Thelindis? It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
See? You just need to stay positive, Revier. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smart.
You're right, Thelindis. I've just been overthinking.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which...
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't...
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal...
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rehier of Solnari.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens,
You still haven't told her what you really do.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. Take care, Rehir of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you.
Thanks, Thorkel. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some... I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens.
Rehir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. I've investigated this whole area now. Should I try somewhere else?
So, he's late after all.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are as pretty.
For someone's...
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes.
May
we have a word in private?
Who are you?
And it doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided... Not long ago, the Rehir of Solnari led an assault on one of our strong...
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this.
Wait, hear me out. This time we find... His name is Rehir.
What did you...
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a
Why are you telling...
Simple.
How strange. Rehir couldn't possibly know what happened. Why would her memories appear? The ceremony won't last much longer.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rehir's fragment?
Any more questions, and I'll have...
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing! I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next.
I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only allowed... Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one.
If you're worried about them, go see how...
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand.
Dễ khanh nhóc cười.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. What if they spot us? They'll run straight back to Rehir, and once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again.
Chúng ta phải liều thôi.
Oh, guess you're right. All right. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted! Phew! That was a close call. Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. Oh, there's no end to these things.
Còn con đường nào khác?
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Cuộc sang hoa trong chớp mắt đã bị
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Arlecchino rồi. Dễ nhìn cười đi.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next. He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Huh. How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you.
You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Đọc chờ thẳng tới bạn đi chuyện là
Full throttle!
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Niffer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before?
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Cô ấy từng giúp chúng tôi giải quyết mối nguy hiểm ở Fontaine.
Forgive me, I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since...
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track... Anyway, what else is on the agenda?
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers, after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, but one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, in those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was... What's the matter?
Verfene, Freindaughter, Flinders, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, the Lindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of.
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her...
It's possible. But it would take that merchant who never knows.
All right then. Let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the wild hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
Alright then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
We're back. Did we...
A tad late. The others have already set off. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Anefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just...
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt, but according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. Anefa and I will head back over to Amsfartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I?
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What is...
They were betting on how...
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsfartnir on her own. You might have... Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Valentino nhìn buồn cười vậy.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you've got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent...
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And what...
Huh? Are you serious? As in, you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harp, together with my own investigations over the past few years, for instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it...
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the...
Yes. And that's the reason I'm always careful not to... Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the...
Paimon has a question! So, the Crimson Moon that does that mean that the Karian...
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the abyss. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar, and when I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and anyway, time is against us here, so I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letters, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself,
That's right. For now, the iridescent moon is already part of who you are.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a harbinger, the jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received...
Beyond the bounds of this world?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the god. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a Crimson Moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them the book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be...
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves?
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the... In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you...
Got it!
I sense a sinister gloom inside. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend.
Rev the engines!
Lấy xe bậc thang nhập mọi nha. Cái ba tiên. Rồi.
I sense your presence and great death and rebirth. Why are you? You have crossed over from another world, transcending time itself.
Hey! Look up at the sky! A red moon! This must be the spot, right? Is that the abyss? It's practically filled the entire place!
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like...
Careful! There's something spooky about this place! Haimon's right behind you! Whatever you do, don't run up! By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Chờ cái choa thì vô.
Yeah! Bring it! Hear the echoes of the valley! Rise with the sun!
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Why do they never miss? I'm going in! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Get him!
Wrath from the skies! Incinerate! Letting brave names echo! Huh?
Everybody stand back! Fulfill our pact! Not you two! Time to end them!
Light up the blazing sun! Try and stop me!
Huh?
Vậy tụi mặt trăng không còn cả trên trời sao?
Huh? For real? That's way too high!
No. I'm not sensing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see... Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water! Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's...
Lấy đào.
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. Oh, if we could activate it, we might find some clues. Look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, the shadow and... Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret?
Thalindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Thalindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here?
Trước kia em phần nó gọi là nhà nghiên cứu viện bí ẩn.
Oh yeah. So, do you think she was studying this strange space?
The abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did.
Whenever I see this view, I take waning moon, oh lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest, mourning still in wistful tone, her fragile soul now laid to rest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space, is it a coincidence or something more?
Rev the engines! Bring it! Let's light it up!
Hear the echoes of the valley! Looks like the abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Get to work! Teamwork is dreamwork! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Try and stop me!
See, so the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can find. With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the... Oh, Rerir. With every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But But you're not the root of the problem. If only I could get my hands on that.
Hey look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! Felindus's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow.
It must be. For within it...
Then there's no time to lose!
Try and stop me!
These things are so creepy! Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow! That must be the iridescent moon's marrow! Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it!
Letting brave names echo! I'm going in! Show no mercy! Get to work! Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Full throttle! Incinerate!
Cái được chỗ người ta bắp này được hết.
Let's light it up! Show no mercy! Fulfill our pact! Hear the echoes of the valley! You two! Time to end them! Wrath from the skies!
Đánh với bọn quái là gì thế? Phá cái đó đi là bọn tôi bị tiêu diệt.
We finally did it! The iridescent moon's marrow. Still burning away like an... If we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence.
Đến lúc cái nhân vật này có tất diện. Lại sự đi.
It's so... Is it you?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
At long last, I can see you once more. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, the moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us? Oh, you look so puzzled. But trust me when I say...
What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost...
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the... for a fading soul like hers. Our
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow. Alright. Time to leave this place and meet back up with Arlecchino. That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel.
Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The Abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart!
Nay để out ra farming nhiều đấy.
Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
We made it! Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone.
But surely... Oh...
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is,
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now... Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina! Are you okay?
I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch.
It's still not enough. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Not Cry. The ray here of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. All I'll say is this. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
You're the best!
Rồi sao ân tình này chúng nhất định báo đáp.
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters.
Okay, vậy đây. Thế.
In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
Okay.
Oh, do you think the others are making good progress? Oh, hey look! They made it back as well! Vince! Lama! How did it all go?
All is well, thank you. Nefer and Yehoda had to stay at the curatorium to wrap things up.
I ran into Miss Anefa and Miss Aino on the way back.
You seem rather cheerful today, Mr.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair of brave young warriors.
We meet again. How have you been?
Albedo! What are you doing here?
Anh tới tìm các ca phải không?
That would be a natural assumption to make. It's also...
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the wild hunt. When they told me they were Servarka's colleagues, it all made... And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths...
So? Who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance. I presumed you were acquainted with him. Is that not the case?
Khoan đã, cậu là...
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've technically met before.
Wait a sec! You're Minnie Durin!
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment.
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Nhỏ lắm mà.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can...
You're absolutely right, Miss Lama. My brother still has a long road ahead of...
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Kutar... Sorry.
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped for a cup of tea, or...
Uh-oh. People are talking about me. Hope it's nothing negative.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all went well?
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a pleasure, everyone. But this is where I'll say goodbye.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just glad I could help out some true friends.
I understand. Well, bye for now, Harlequino.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. Come on in and see for yourself.
That's right.
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues I brought in. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Anh ta chắc là đến tìm chúng tôi.
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deansliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well, not exactly colleagues, more sort of friends.
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you...
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important.
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual enemy...
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsliff, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else.
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple more chairs. I've missed this.
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, he's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
Bà bơi phúc cha quả là chuyên gia trong lĩnh vực khích lệ đi.
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to see what—
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, under such circumstances, would it not be tactless for me to impose?
Oh, but it's fine for me to impose.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection.
All right then.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire—
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibility.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to business once the other two arrive.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an icebreaker?
Much obliged.
Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not...
That sounds like a lovely idea. You know how to paint, then?
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chair...
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway...
Oh, I'd be fine with anything. Whatever style feels best to you.
Very well. Then I'll play it by ear.
You can replicate any style I want.
I can try, if you show me a sample.
Thank you. In that case.
Giao bình thường thôi. Tôi nghĩ ông sẽ xuất hiện, nhưng mà không nhờ xưa sớm vậy.
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah! For starters, why'd you just show up here without even giving us a heads up?
If you think back to our previous interactions, you may recall that that's hardly out of character for me.
You do have a point there.
Đã tìm được chỗ ở chưa?
Oh yeah! You'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right?
Sure, let's do that.
Great! Paimon will handle it! And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal bodyguard.
Vậy mọi từng nói tao thấy chứ.
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner. I'd be happy to help.
Oh, okay then. Paimon was only kidding, but good to know. Anyway, since we're all here together, we might as well watch each other's backs. That's just what friends do, right?
Indeed.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone together for a serious discussion.
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Itlua.
Itlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly
So you're what? A fake Ratnik? Come on, why the awkward silence?
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to hide it. You've... Now that...
Let's just keep this between ourselves.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with youngsters, after all.
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess. The Traveler and Paimon?
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself, I swear, your secret's safe with me.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were...
Of course! Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados.
Fair enough, then. Nothing like a bit of mutual leverage to seal the bonds of friendship.
Có nhiều người nói nhà lữ hành không có tác dụng võ nhiều, nhưng mà chính vì quan hệ rộng nên dễ liên kết với nhau ấy. Chứ không là mấy cái phe này chả bị hợp tác đâu.
Miss Nefer, you made it after all. But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading...
So much for just...
Shh! Not so loud! We're on a roll here!
Did you say something, Mr. Varka?
I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me... first up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium of Secrets, an intel gatherer extraordinaire. Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. Over here, we have Mr. Flints, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, for those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the best guide in all of Tevat.
Wow! That's a lot of people!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way.
You think I haven't got enough?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commission.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises an awful lot of questions.
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware.
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure yourself.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why.
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends?
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The 5 sinners were each driven by their own desires, and it was by playing upon these that the visionary, Vedifenir, who wished to foretell the future, the wise, Haroptatir, Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life, the foul, Surtologi, who
tri thức, khao khát sáng tạo, theo đuổi sức mạnh tối thượng.
And last, but not least, Reykir of Solnari. Of the 5, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me.
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a...
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But
strangely, now that the fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, when I came to hear of this, my fury knew no bounds. Centuries on, the memories of that night still... But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedifenir, the very person I had come to rescue...
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif.
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this, uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery.
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Đều do tôi thích giúp đỡ người ta đấy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that...
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment.
I'll give your proposal some serious thought.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Now that we've united the hearts of the 3 moons, your power should be greatly enhanced.
I believe it will take a little longer. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because so far, I have yet to find a solution. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Reykir of Solnari.
Kutar.
Defeating the Reykir of Solnari will be no easy task.
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat him.
We've considered several viable plans now, but our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Rerir? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy.
Understood.
As for the other 2, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again.
So you're placing all your hopes on...
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches...
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering. Just...
I almost don't want to leave this...
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. Something tells me...
Oh? And what makes you so sure?
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a...
Look at them getting along.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery.
Miss Lauma.
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you.
Anyway, we've got our plan, so let's get moving. Mr. Dainsleif, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned,
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance,
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a while.
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what...
Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsleif get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate of you. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rarier's past, and you seem fairly familiar with Mr. Dainsleif already.
Đúng vậy, chúng tôi đã quen biết cũng rất lâu.
We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident that these secrets will be...
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Cảm ơn sự tin tưởng của hai người.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you.
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer.
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once a decision's been made... Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rarier's thoughts again using... The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. Once the ceremony begins, we will... Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are advised...
Well, good luck, everyone!
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job. In the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder.
I second that. This is a dangerous...
So, Paimon's like...
Good. Please, take a seat.
So, did Mr. Dainsleif tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rarier kept some big secrets in his life.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand...
Well, as long as you don't let...
You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good.
All set over here too.
Tôi cũng sẵn sàng.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
Chắc chắn rồi.
All right. Let your whole body relax. Close your eyes. Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. According to Dainsleif, Rarier used to be an intelligence operative. Is this where you keep your secrets? He looks even gloomier than last time. He looks even gloomier than...
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them, just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descendants over the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized. This one should be archived under purged targets. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. Male, 40. Occupation, teacher. Neutralized. Just another nobody for the archive. Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. A case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Female, 16. Occupation, none. Orph, neutralized. Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None. Female, 13. Occupation, none. Neutralized and... Filed. Neutralized. Male. 6.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly... Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts. Mr. Vedifalnir? It's been quite...
Revier, I trust your...
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's... Tell me. Does someone...
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain...
I was just thinking. It won't be long...
That isn't a lie. Ever since that day we met for drinks...
Does it feel...
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will... You fear my silence.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject. The burden of prophecy.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his
You say that as though it is to my benefit. Yet precisely because of that, I dare not speak rashly.
You are so... wise.
You make a fair point. Let me offer you some advice.
And I say that for many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again.
Wait. Hear me out. This time, his name is Rayrir.
What did you...
A cruel irony, isn't it?
Why are you telling...
Simple. I want you to kill him.
No, absolutely not.
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last. Do not forget that...
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter? You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away...
Why wouldn't it be? You too were once a child of the Crimson Moon. Just like me.
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty.
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hand over our secrets? The Vinster King. A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. If you can't bring yourself to do it, so...
The Rayrir of Solnari. That really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rayrir. But who am I to talk? Am I really... Love should be built on honesty. But ours? Is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold, no matter who I have to face.
Tiếp đi được đấy.
Huh? Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day, as if nothing ever happened?
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out.
Deli? Oh. They're talking about those people from the opposition.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. So many have died already, and they say we're not going to survive this, are we? Felindis,
Sorry, Freether. I heard you, though. He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt.
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was
No. Rayrir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much...
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me, just act like we've never met.
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have? But...
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give you a Here, hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape...
you called...
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now.
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covered in their blood?
Why would it? Aren't we all just... Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. The prey won't sense a thing.
I used to know that. I'll bet no one's ever died a quiet death at your hands.
I work clean. There's no traces.
That doesn't make it open to the sword, though. Let's see what happens to meet you right now. What if he doesn't?
That won't happen.
He's changed. Ever since he fell under the spell of that power. In the beginning, he only had you take out a handful of the guilty. But now...
The ones I've dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
It all adds up. No more lies.
You know why Felindis didn't accept your proposal, don't you? Was it because she didn't trust you? Or something else?
Enough!
Felindis, do you still remember Orlog?
Orlog?
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers.
Yes, what about him?
He was arrested.
He...
I just don't get it! After everything Or does it mean nothing to you that
No, that's not...
I need to go now, Felindis. If you ever need a...
Author Felindis. Over the course of this week, the research object, all subjects of observation that were sent inside have no progress whatsoever. Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find... But... if all this research comes to nothing, what then? But... could he really bring himself to... No. Sure.
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want... to live?
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Lindis? No. No. Why? But you bear no mark. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? A diluted bloodline. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of justice. Irminsul. Finster King! Today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not? No. This cannot go on. This is where it ends.
You're really letting me go?
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one will find you.
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. But... if you let me go, you won't be able to complete your mission.
Good point. And that...
No, please! I just want to see the outside.
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? Just kidding. But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing each other again very soon if you...
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedavolnir. What are you trying to do?
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not abandon...
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now, he won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this. Tell me then! What will this moment of And... no answer.
So, the Eclipse Dynasty was purging... well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. The king's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life was so unstable. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancé, herself belonged. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. If the Vinster... And why does Vedavolnir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of time for something a bit... We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only... Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that
Rerir, are you there? Hey, Rerir! Come out, it's urgent!
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met.
Okay.
All right then, but make it...
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is...
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight.
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day.
You might ask your blade that same question. The word on the street is that Sertologi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy.
Roptatir, what brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhine-daughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be true. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum. The chief royal mage known as Vice President Veit doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Were the king not such an extremist, of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task. And as for Efterveit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress. Like everything else in life.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it was
You must be Rerir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But
It's my brother, Vedafenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king...
Vedafenir in prison? Strange. Does this mean the king's circle of...
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants. I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas.
And also because you're slimy. Vedafenir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to...
Dane, what are you planning to do?
Rescue Vedafenir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by...
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget Dainsleif.
You've been planning this for...
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedafenir, my blade will force the king to see the...
So, Vedafenir's prophecy enraged the king. I'm sure it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but if he won't take counsel, the extent of His Majesty's madness is now all too clear. You have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much for a guy like me.
A letter of pardon? For whom? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thalindit. Another mystery I'll...
Author Thalindis. Over the course of this week, the research dating back to the Crimson Moon Dynasty has established 2 points regarding moon marrow. Firstly, its origins have... However, there are a number of hurdles to overcome before we... An enormous amount of power is then required to keep the gate open. To make matters worse, this is not a wise move. I have always I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a moon marrow researcher, I desperately... If we really made it there one day... This is for you. I heard you're gonna leave the...
Thalindis, did you...
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday and... You never saw him, and I don't know what he did. And this
What if he finds out that you pried into...
Don't be silly. I don't know what secrets he does or doesn't have.
Are you scared of him?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person you all describe. Logically, I should be scared, but enough about that.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as...
A red moon?
That's right. Our moon.
I promise
the Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out. No matter how long it takes.
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this true? You know what happens to those who betray the throne?
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has betrayed all of Conria.
If you have any love left for justice in your...
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the My job is to enter the prison and rescue Vedifalnir. Stay safe.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade. It is time for justice to prevail.
Found you. Hello, Mr.
It's you.
Surprised? Oh, wait.
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's...
I'm curious.
It wasn't a prophecy. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him...
But he didn't listen. Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw. Yet I do wonder whether giving a man the power to...
Forgive my curtness, Vedifalnir, but the king did not suddenly... You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man. There are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did
Until what?
Just now.
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways.
I sense hatred in you, but also hope that this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new... There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rary. Is that a dagger? Interesting.
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight.
Of course not.
We could be. But I need you to be honest.
You mean, you're...
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, I can't abandon the one I love to save myself.
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be, and what will not. That is the cruelest thing about fate.
I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head. You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it?
My voice? It turns out that we are not so
Vedifalnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life.
Very well then. My advice to you is for as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. That is the only chance you have of fighting back against fate. It is up to you whether you believe my words.
I will hold...
Thank you for setting me free.
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled through the city.
If I were you...
The Universitas...
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again.
Whatever Vedifalnir said...
Chưa đọc kịp nhưng mà như là nói gì đó nhau không nghe kịp thì đi mất rồi. Được. Bỏ được. Đường tiếp này.
Monsters? Is this Rhindaughter's doing? Or the Universitas Magistrorum? Out of my way!
Can't hide the truth.
Pyroclastic surge!
The universe. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace, but if they were ever gonna activate...
Help! Help!
Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you!
Save me! I can't!
That sounded like an explosion. What other means does the king have at his... And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the...
Bring it! Let the mountain's veins boil! Show no mercy! Off we go!
It all adds up.
Light of the blazing sun!
Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Get to... I'm going in!
Hear the echoes of the valley! The deception ends here.
Pyroclastic surge!
Let the mountain's veins boil! Teamwork is dreamwork! You two! Time to end them!
Light of the blazing sun!
Hear the echoes of the valley!
Get to work! I'm going in! Show no mercy! Lolling! East Papa! Get a
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
Monsters! At the Universitas Oh no! They're coming! It's no use. The table won't hold out much longer. Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection. I'm done for. Is it... Ah! Stay back! Rear. So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Celindus? No, don't do it! Celindus! Celindus!
I told you, Rerier. Let her go. You will find someone better.
No! No, I won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know a way? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Rarier, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair, desire. We all have our own.
Rarier. Rarier.
Celindus?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Rarier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice. I will find you. And then, you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnar... A monster created by circumstance is a monster all the same. Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get uncomfortable. In a nutshell, the story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by... Phew. His past is filled with sorrow, but the tale of any fallen civilization... Everyone, I'm back. Can I get a standing ovation?
Never! How are you holding up?
She's fine. Boss is a pro.
Yes, I'm fine. You will have seen the events of Rerir's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is...
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him. However, I would not consider Rerir to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era.
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging me not to abandon the people of Nodcry and their...
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the...
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. And I... Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent.
Cool! So, can you fill me in on the...
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others first. Yehoda?
Yes, boss!
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about the first clause of...
Forgive my curiosity, but what does the first clause say?
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy...
Is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the curatorium abides. In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves while I'm hard at work. Oh no.
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not...
I'm sorry? What did you hear me say? I wasn't talking...
Wait. How long have I been standing here?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost.
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I hallucinate...
Hallucinated? But...
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone.
So you control everything in here?
More or less.
Has anything like this ever happened?
Only once. It was the first time I used the chess set.
Is there any similarity between what happened then?
I suppose my thoughts are a little
is there anything I...
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need...
Meaning you're not feeling
Meaning this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal...
Boss, it's fine.
Oh, listen to you.
What? Really?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find another employee at...
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I suggest everyone finds someplace... Even though all this chess malarkey doesn't exist in a physical sense, you don't want to dismiss mental fatigue just because it isn't physical.
Don't I have the best employees?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda.
Oh, Lauma. Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused, and you have my word that I will get us all out of here. looks familiar. That's not a good sign.
I wasn't expecting visitors at this hour.
Oh. It's him?
There you are! Sinue's been looking for you all day.
Oh yeah? What were you doing just now, Uncle Retinue? Hiding away some more loose change?
What do you mean loose change? Oh, come on, I'm too old for this. Just...
Hey, kid! Mind telling me what Sinuhe's been up to recently? I'm trying to get in his good books and I need—
Get in his good books? Why?
I've written a new song. I was hoping to showcase it at the next—
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen, but unfortunately—
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting there warming up my vocal cords.
Pile of stones. Got it. Hi, Dad. Uncle Retinue said you were looking for me.
Ah, there's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner, you—
Spoils of war? Who were you fighting against, Dad?
I was talking about our war against thirst. I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back.
We have a well again.
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much water—
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms—
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading us out of hardship and poverty. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the stories. And look at it. But things are looking up. I started working with some folks from the
So you're the Academia's helper now?
Special ambassador, they call it. It's nothing bad, okay? We've been isolated here in the desert for too long.
So, do you get it?
Of course. My luck's improving all the time. One day.
That's our well, and you know it! You stole from us! Well, you've gone from
Did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid, or both.
In that Special Ambassador act? Yeah, nice! You're a liar and a cheat!
I heard Yehuda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most people are corpses strewn across the ground. The wounds are clearly from scimitars and daggers. The desert... There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinue, chief of the Shimti tribe. This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't receive a reply. I'm writing to you because I need some help. That sandstorm the other day Praise the gods. The well of the Eob tribe was intact. It was my last resort. I drew what water I could and you told me to write to you if I urgently need you to formally This is an emergency.
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's badly defaced. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village...
Ah, officer. Welcome. Welcome to our humble village.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide.
This is the finest wine Aru village has to offer. I
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this entire endeavor.
Please, have faith! If not in us, then in our god. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away.
I don't recognize...
She showed up here a few days ago and we took her in.
So, where are you
Nowhere special. Just
what about the rest of your family?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers?
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brother.
All right, get over here. Sign your... Never? You're rather fair...
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research, and then write an essay on the topic.
Yes, Professor, I'm aware.
Oh? Please, ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than...
A weak student!
I think what you're saying is... Oh,
you see? Sharp as they come. You see things the way they are.
Because of where I come from.
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't... Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions?
I wanted to check if someone sent me a letter.
Ah, your family wrote to you.
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter.
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed... Whatever you're looking for, that'd be...
Okay, got it.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly,
Hey, don't say that. You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. You're not allowed to teach. It's not just the academia either. The whole world bends over.
Oh, my dear child.
I haven't. I just think that if you... This must be it. A big... Let's take a look. A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. This one was never even opened. I guess there was... Who was it addressed to? This one is addressed to the Immorta Sage. The title is Changes... Guided by the Incense. In clinical terms, these symptoms fit the description of incense poison. For example, my neighbor... This seems like something the academic... Wait. The note says... The sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would... This next one is addressed... A few words of protest in recent years, the academia... However, it appears to me that these students have not, in fact, as well as receiving dumbed-down assignments and perfunctory tutoring, they do not even have... Education is the fundamental... As Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative. I do hope you will give some... Great letter. And the sender is... I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad... So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod end up? Nice one, Whatever. I'm not exactly... I can't believe how much discarded mail there is. Must have... I don't believe for 1 sec... Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I don't know how well you remember. In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. This brings me to my reason for writing. There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. The Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, we worship the... I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally. That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academy... We have next to no resources here in the desert.
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. And you were so emphatic that your luck had finally... You swore you'd lead us to a better place. You liar. And who fell for it? Which makes you a pathetic liar. You weren't even any good at it.
Okay.
I think I'll take over from here. I just came to say goodbye.
Never? You...
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you.
It was. But it doesn't matter. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I... What's wrong? I thought you liked incense.
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown?
Yeah, I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are practically over... It's not worth much. Keep it.
But never...
All right.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean...
Yeah, I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do, and I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way... It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume...
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky the ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the once...
Huh. So, you do...
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength, is it not?
You're not wrong.
Of course not. I came to bring you some very good records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan. I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident...
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say...
Don't get greedy. We know far more than you think. We know that you seized this well by force.
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as it was, it's something we're willing... I hope I am
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the Academia is trying to play...
I assure you. You see how I'm dressed, don't you? I appreciate that you've never been to the rainforest. And what does a barbarian like you have to lose anyway?
All right, I take your point. The Academia is the highest authority. In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation rights. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed. Excellent news.
Gladly. So let's indulge in a few...
Chief! Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They've taken the what?
Well, don't just stand there.
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the EAB's military.
What is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day
I don't...
I am obliged to remind you,
No! Please, Ambassador, just... That well is ours.
Glad to hear it.
If there is a traitor,
Wow. All it took was a few words and
So, in summary, Ambassador, the Academia would rather...
The EAB are ruthless murderers who don't listen to reason. So let me ask you, Chief.
Kill them all.
Precisely. The Academia does not tolerate. At the same time, there is simply...
We have our own rules out here. If the rainforest dwellers raised arms against...
Right. We can't confront them ourselves. Natural ally. Weren't the EAB your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your... Let me be clear. The Academia wishes to collaborate with the
Say no more.
Good. Then, you see, Dad? Lying is easy when you know... Look at yourselves. You may be vile, the monsters who destroyed my home. They're just ordinary, petty human. I think we're even now. Maybe I've even done the desert a favor. Oh, Sinuhe, my gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, but you couldn't do what had to be done.
Never. It's okay.
I believe I remember you promising to...
Yeah, but even...
Yehuda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
Alright, time. So, anyway, that's enough of that. Feels like we've been walking forever. I'm
getting pretty tired.
Yes, if we can find...
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or so everyone...
You mentioned a temple.
My biggest trade secret of all.
Ah. Then I'm guessing it's...
I didn't know you were clued up on any other religion.
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but since you come from the desert, I would imagine it has something to do with King Deshret.
Sounds impressive.
Oh, I know who you mean. General Mahamatra Sino. The spirit of Hermanubis dwells within him.
That's Boss Neff for ya. She knows everything.
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity, but I know about Sethos too.
What about him?
Well, he's not a small deal, let's put it that way. Please, this is the bare-bone basics. Save the flattery. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take in.
I'm totally out of my depth here. I don't have anything to... I want to do the whole name-dropping, this girl knows her stuff thing too, but I've never...
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that he, the Crocodile King, and the Goat King were the Let's take a look.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
Of course. It's almost over.
Hold on!
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Speak for yourself.
How repulsive.
Timed that pretty well, didn't I? It's okay. I'm just glad no one was hurt.
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsleif. Were you helping get them out?
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this I had a duty to ensure your...
Good to know your sense of justice is still...
I take that to mean that you saw the truth. That comes as a great relief.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage that?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong. By using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past, well, the monster formerly known.
But how did he track you through your thought?
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King.
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave.
Speaking of your chess set, it's quite a remarkable item.
You overestimate me. I only have a connection with one of his You all saw how this came to be. A long time ago, the Eab massacre. The Unut and the Eab fought a bitter battle over the rights to a well, all for the sake of a non-existent 50 million Mora. The Eab ultimately won that confrontation. The final blow to the Eab came at the victory feast, when an Unut assassin beheaded their chief right before my eyes. The remaining Eab fled and have been scattered to the winds ever since. Having gotten my revenge, I returned to my hometown, where to my surprise, as I stood there gazing at the temple, I noticed a cat just outside. This cat, as it turned out, this chess set is my gift from the Ibis King. The chessboard within is made with this chessboard in its container. I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden secrets. Now, you could every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as fickle as any humans, full of secrets, perversions, ego.
It is the same with all powerful forces.
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I agree. Gather the others. It's time to share everything I've learned. Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating into the Raker of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Conrian subject.
So that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. But it does not excuse his many transgressions. No matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, The fact remains, he becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Teyvat suffers the consequences.
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial...
Never. But I have heard stories of...
Miss Lama, any thoughts on...
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the term Moongate is one I have heard before. But as is the case with all of our legends, there are no records of any first-hand witnesses. We cannot know whether it truly exists.
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon goddess yourself, do you have some idea of where...
Not at this stage, sorry. I do hold the power of the
But there's more to the power of the frost moon than that?
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the moon gate, since it is a path to... And right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight the Rahier of Solnari. I'm afraid that...
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond the gate. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rahier made it through unscathed. The evidence pointing to, with the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet, the wild hunt proliferates wherever his scattered fragments lie.
So your theory is that Rahier was physically torn to shreds by some powerful...
Makes sense to me. Explains why the wild hunt is so pervasive.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss...
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss is most surely a curse.
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present understanding of Abyss creatures. Whether the life form in question is primitive, this raises some interesting questions. That being said, regardless of whether my research bears fruit...
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo.
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just... when I think of the man I once knew...
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any comfort, but...
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are. The moon and stars are full of untold secrets and love.
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time. Thank you both.
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting.
That's very thoughtful of you, Lama.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to rest and digest before... Hey, is this a bad time? Hope I didn't kill the conversation. No need. Come on, let's talk outside. Anyway, Nefer went back to the curatorium to get some rest. But firstly, although she managed to trap the Raker of Solnari inside her chest set, it's only a matter of time before he finds a way to break out. We have to come up with a plan and take...
Honestly, my mom figured that might be the case.
Well, I asked her that same question. She talked for a long time. It felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will.
2 days? Holy moly! Can we even...
That remains to be seen. Which brings me to the second issue. Dainsleif is obviously conflicted. You have some history with him, right? Do you think maybe you could talk to him for us? Great. I appreciate it. All right, on to item 3. So, Albedo, Durin, and I put our heads together. We figured we'd bounce the idea off you first. We'll explore it further once everyone's recovered.
Oh, Paimon's dying to hear this.
All right. We felt a little uneasy about roping you into this. I mean, firstly, you're not locals, and secondly, none of us—
Roping us in? Why would you even say that?
I choose my words very intentionally, I'll have you know.
Sir Varka, I have a few thoughts about this plan.
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are out.
I see your point, yeah. To be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it.
I want to do everything within my power. The Rahier of Solnari is a truly fearsome opponent, and if I do my part, it'll greatly reduce the risk for everyone else involved.
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. Jean's mentioned in her letters that you're so diligent it's almost— as in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations like this. Of course, everyone appreciates a fearless pioneer. But all that aside, I'm the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, and you're our honorary knight.
Thank you, Sir Varka.
I should be the one thanking you. It means a lot to have you on board.
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one last question before we—
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Rahier and the Wild Hunt's behavioral patterns. Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Rahier has never displayed any ability to manipulate the dimension of space. Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, he is consumed. Turns out, we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt, those all seem like valid observations to me.
Understood. Then I will defer to the verdict of the group.
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail. Albedo and Durin are carrying out their part as we speak.
Plan approved. Scheduling.
Okay, any firepower you need, I got you covered.
The Frost Moon Scions are behind.
And the rest of you? No objections? All right, then it's settled. This is the plan we're going with. Next up, an old tradition of mine.
Wait, we can still back out of this?
Everyone says things they regret, right? I don't want anyone feeling trapped because their mouth said yes.
A very people-first approach.
Heh. Who'd you hear it from?
Shh. We don't use people's real names at work. This contact will be known only as Owl.
This plan can only work if everyone does their part. Flint's and I will absolutely support it.
We shall indeed. You'll be glad you accepted our help. Also, you are the last person I expected to see here, Miss Dory.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. My peers usually call me Lord Sangamape.
So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth.
In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune.
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that a secret.
Okay, fine. I'm actually only here as a favor for someone else.
Oh, does this mean someone out there actually has the power to bust?
It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing and mutually beneficial. Said Mom supplied me with a great little trinket, but now that lady's ruined everything. If I don't start building a little goodwill now, my whole business in Nodcry is gonna go down.
Okay. So what exactly?
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. We have a business relationship, and she was worried that I finally got it all fully charged up with Kuvaki, and then never went and used it all up at once.
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't.
You will?
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's...
You're putting me in a difficult position here.
It's a very useful thing to have around. But I have a funny feeling it won't be around much longer.
Looks like bankruptcy for me.
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and you never know. You might find a new business opportunity on the other side.
Feeling ready?
Oh, I was born ready. We only have 2 days. Don't forget, when something's in high demand, the people with the goods on hand get to charge the highest. Ta-da! See? It's right here.
Oh, it's so pretty. Did you make it?
No, I have a supplier. We go way back, so...
Aha! No wonder you were talking about lucky charms at the meeting. You've been getting covered.
That's not the full story. It actually... Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. I passed this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholar. Anyway, point being, it was the Dendro Archon who asked Kaveh to build this little contraption. As one of the top... Took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least... Marak delivered it to me a couple of days ago, along with a letter from Kaveh. Could I ask why I'm so nosy? My fault for sending him the...
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project.
It could be. Anyway, I just replied, let's hope there never has to be a use.
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious.
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Either way, all's well that ends well. I'm just glad to finally have my hand... Huh? What does that look mean?
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the first time we've ever seen you actually get serious about something.
Well, a long time ago, I made a... There are always gonna be times in life when you have to give something back. Alice has been a huge help to me over the years. She was the first investor I ever... And more than that, no one knows what the future will bring. Whatever happens, I want to make sure the Dendro Archon and all of Sumeru is prepared to face whatever comes. Oh, that? I was just making Don't be thinking it was some sort of benevolent act. My priority is doing the business that I want to do. So long as my conscience lets me, but it usually does. That's the...
All right, if you say so.
I do say so, and that's the whole point. I'm a businesswoman. Don't go trying to figure out what kind of person I am. You'll... Oh, and could you two help me get this stuff where it needs...
Traveler, Paimon. It's good to see you.
Everything going smoothly over here?
Ăn cơm á. Dục chơi gì hả?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, Varka, Durin, and I captured some abyssal creatures from the Wild Hunt. Per the plan, we dissected and analyzed some samples of these creatures. The process went very smoothly. The findings, however...
What? You can actually dissect the Wild Hunt?
That depends on your definition of Wild Hunt and dissection.
Harmless, lifeless. These words are accurate descriptions.
The Wild Hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. But taken as a collective, the medium through which Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptetyr, and seemed somewhat fascinated with the foul Cerdology. But she barely mentioned Rerir at all. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing, though. Anyway, it's a pity. I should like to hear her thoughts on the nature of the lifeform he has become today. It's a strange mix. The furious energy of an abyssal being channeled through a fractured physical existence. A consequence of being torn apart by an unknown power. Perhaps the only explanation for his survival in this state is that he sacrificed a degree of individuality in exchange for a continued existence. Oh, sorry. Once I get talking about interesting research, I have a tendency to go on indefinitely. Back to our research findings. Essentially, they confirm my hypothesis. Rerir's corpse is completely contaminated by the Abyss, and the effects are irreversible. You could think of this as Rerir in mutated form, but in my view, even that would be inaccurate. In reality, his whole being has been consumed by the Abyss. Unfortunately, at present, we have no means of completely eradicating abyssal power. Hence, we cannot fundamentally destroy the Reihir of Sol.
Oh, that's terrible news! So, that's it? We can't defeat him? Not even if—
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve wholeness when the world does not accept her presence. It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted. It means she spends most of her energy just on her own survival.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. But we must see this plan through to the end. Time to kick off the backup plan.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! This is for you. Dory asked us to bring it.
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you for making the trip. Durin and I will be heading off shortly.
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you in person this time. Please be careful.
Chúng tôi sẽ chú ý.
All right then. Stay safe.
Dạ, chiếc bi này trời, dễ thương.
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my flock is in your hands, Grandmaster Varka. Please keep them safe. My lady, what are you? Within the next 24 hours, we will face the biggest crisis the world has ever seen. This is not a burden that we deserve to bear, but I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to act. I must do what I think is right. For me, that means fighting for the future of Nodcry. This gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, Knight of Boreas. In my absence, please follow his lead.
Hey, everyone. Guess I should introduce myself. Well, to start with, I know my way around a battlefield. The biggest strengths are honesty and hard-workingness. Anyway, point is, I don't intend to let Lauma down. I'm gonna do everything in my power to keep every last one of you safe and sound.
Rev the engines!
Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it?
That's right. Names are funny things. Have you always been called Dainslev?
Yes. I take it your own name has a more complicated history.
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that Columbina is my name. But it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I get so used to things that I forget to question why they are. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people. Maybe something's wrong with me.
You're different from other people. I sensed it the first time we met.
You're more perceptive than most. I'm sure your long life and rich range of experience Do you ever find yourself missing Conria, Mr. D?
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. I don't recall any happy moments from that time.
Is that because hatred survives longer than love and affection?
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. Thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could have learned the hidden truth of his story.
You're welcome. I know he's your friend.
Friend? He betrayed me. And I never really understood what he was going through in life.
Okay. So, do you plan to fight him with us? You see, you're torn. Now you know what really happened. You see the things he's done in a new light.
I need some time.
Of course. I completely understand. Anyone else in your position would feel conflicted too. Actually, I went through something similar myself recently. Something happened that changed my perspective on a situation. A situation I took for granted at the time, but now I feel very grateful for it.
You mean the Harbingers who still support you, even though you've left the Fatui?
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. But then I abandoned them. A warrant was and even now, they still support me. Which means I was wrong about them all along.
Clearly, they view you as a friend.
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there?
Huh. Shall we say hello?
Sure. Hello. Ah! They caught us!
Xin lỗi nhé, chỉ là tôi lo lắng, có chút lo lắng cho hai người thôi.
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Raker of Solnari.
You will? Oh, thank you so much!
They needn't be. This was something that I was going to have to face up to eventually.
That doesn't matter to them. They're grateful to you regardless. You can't control their gratitude, so just accept it.
It's nearly showtime! Let's go rendezvous with the others. You know the place.
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flint's! Been waiting here long?
Not too long. I came a little early so I'd have some time to think.
Are you nervous about the battle?
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past battles. When I was awakened by the Radniki, I had not touched a weapon in many years. I felt like the battlefield was not where... But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. A life of absolute peace is simply not a possibility for me. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me, there is a deep yearning to root out the evil in this world.
Oh, that doesn't sound like such a bad thing.
Tôi cũng nghĩ thế.
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join forces with you in...
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay last night?
I struggled to settle down at first, because of the nerves. But don't worry. I got enough sleep in the end. I'll be just fine.
Chúc nó làm phiền mọi người rồi.
Please, I'm just doing my part.
Never! Over here!
Hắn được đến và kế hoạch dự phòng đã được khởi động.
Ino asked me to relay a message. She said Anefa will be on high alert and keep a close watch over all secondary districts where defense... Meanwhile, Ino herself will provide range support to us directly, using her latest invention.
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chess set's looking a little unstable.
It won't hold him much longer. We should be prepared to engage at a moment's notice.
No sense sitting around waiting. Let's make the first move while we...
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hiding place.
Got it! Be careful, Traveler!
I will.
Everyone, take your positions as soon as the battle starts. Every ounce of strength we have in our bones.
Ready?
Let's go.
I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Ok.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Stay on your toes.
Yep, you too.
The moonlight.
Close your eyes.
Futile.
Be silent.
Let me help you guys. Is this?
Pathetic.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
By the frost moon of old, forest, protect us.
Can't hide the truth.
The moonlight betrays you.
Seek within.
Close your eyes. Be silent. To dust. Are you quite finished?
It's all
Water jet.
futile.
It all Let's see what you're made of.
Tìm chấp phá mà nó mới khó vậy.
With one heart, we pray. A grave transgression.
The moonlight betrays
No more lies. Water jet! Wipe out!
Move!
The deception ends here. Can't hide the truth.
The moonlight.
Time to go clean.
Pathetic.
Leave this place.
It began with the moon, and so shall it end.
The moon will protect you.
Close your eyes.
The moonlight betrays you.
Be silent.
Do you see now?
Protect us.
Fairphone, when will it be as you foretold?
spirit is not welcome here.
Bombs away!
The night cometh.
The mystery unravels. No more lies.
Futile.
Absurd. It all adds up. It all falls into place. Leave this place.
Be silent. Observe.
Go!
Down!
Let's see what you're made of.
Shame for the everlasting forest. Forest, protect
The
us.
moonlight betrays
Be silent. Observe.
Move. It's all futile.
Water jet!
Seek within.
Mẹ, đội hình giống bu
Be
mẹ.
silent. Close your eyes.
Đội hình xếp nào xếp ngu như chó vậy.
No more lies.
Hunt them down. Pathetic.
Mẹ nó.
How unfortunate.
Observe.
No more lies. It all falls into place.
Futile.
By the frost moon of old, receive my blessing.
Your little game of heroics is over. Who wants to go first? No. Get out of my sight!
No! We've been separated!
My grasp!
You okay?
Never! Where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. I guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before. Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Lauma! Can you hear me?
Hold on, wait. Silence.
The voices are gone. But at least I know they're still there. I need to focus. Stick to the plan. Remember my most important task. Just keep stalling him. If I can stall him for long enough, the moment will come.
It all adds up. The mystery unravels. Time to come clean.
Wipe out! Water jet!
No more lies. It all adds up.
I've got this! Bombs away! The shield's broken. I can't keep this up.
Don't push your luck. Can't hide the truth. The deception ends here. No more lies.
Destroyed and reborn.
Wipe out! Go!
Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
Your death is within my
Chổi
grasp.
những cái đơ đơ gì đó.
No Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Water jet!
No more lies.
How much power will it take?
Bombs away! Go!
It all adds up. Seek within. Can't hide the truth.
Xoay camera quay mẹ nó, góc một góc thôi.
There's no other way.
The only way to defeat Rarer is to borrow his own power. That means Columbina will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attacks. You have to hold on. Find a way to keep him focused on killing the two of you.
Nefer, your eyes are bleeding.
Soon you will be powerless, and then I will reduce you to...
But that dust will plague your memories. Come on.
Any other tricks of yours as entertaining as they...
You don't fool me. I see your fear clear as day. I have to stoke his rage. You fear what you could never defeat. You fear the thought of You cannot win the fight against...
Well...
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you! Happening? That power. I've seen it before.
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough abyssal energy into a confined space, it'll create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rhine-Daughter in our midst.
How about that?
You use my own power against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
realize you don't have the power to hold that gate open.
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
May one.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
They're fine.
It's not too late.
Let me handle it. Miss Nefer, it's not like you to lose your composure. That was the most reckless thing I've ever seen you do.
Reckless how? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake.
Even so. Okay. I guess you're right. In business terms, I suppose that's a huge...
I'd be hard-pressed to argue with.
Still, I don't like this outcome. People suffer when they make sacrifices they shouldn't have to make. Whether that means faith, strength. I had hoped you could win without sacrificing so much as a single hair on your head.
Thank you.
All done. Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. Until then, please follow your recovery plan to the left. I'll send full details through Yehoda. For now, just get yourself home. Well, my dear friends, we have fought bravely and achieved a spectacular victory. A dark cloud has been lifted from the skies of Nodcry.
The moon will remember this day. Thank you both. There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their powers, I also... And since Nefer's eyes were injured...
Hold...
I only feel the pain. There's no actual death.
You're right. But I must say, I'm surprised...
Things are a little... different now from how they were.
Friends. You have no idea how glad I am to hear.
How are you feeling? Any aches and pains? Did you sleep well?
I'm doing all right, Paimon. No need to worry about me.
Phew. Well, that's good. Paimon's been sitting on the edge of the bed worrying about you for ages. You slept a whole day and night.
Glad to hear you didn't starve. How was the food?
Well, it wasn't the same without you there to share it. Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self.
Well, I'm back to normal now.
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern when you woke up. He also dropped off some medical supplies, but you seem fit as a fiddle, so if you're feeling up to it, let's head over now. Wouldn't want to keep them waiting. We're here!
Oh, Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing! We were literally just saying how there's no way we're holding this victory feast without you any longer, and we would have postponed it till tomorrow.
How are you feeling today?
Much better. Thanks. Don't...
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know. Happy to check you over at any time.
Này chưa nghe kịp.
Much better. Thanks. Don't worry about me.
Yep, we're here for you. Anything you need, just let us know.
Oh wait! Where's Never?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
Traveler, Paimon, are you recovering well?
Tôi khỏe rồi, trong cuộc không tệ nhỉ?
Turns out that moon chanter has some real talent after all. My eyes were mostly recovered after just a couple days rest.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. Lauma says not to strain your eyes while they're still healing.
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehoda, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, sure. Coming. Did you hear that? I gotta go help Lauma for a second. You guys chat among yourselves.
You bet! Make it extra sweet, because Paimon's earned it.
Sure thing.
Cô đang nghĩ gì thế?
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of a snake, don't you think?
Tôi thấy hắn ta giống sói hơn.
No, definitely a snake. A poisonous one who spewed his venomous hatred everywhere. Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred for other people has become a snake. That's something my dad used to say.
Có vẻ như cha cô không thích người khác báo thù nhỉ?
Perhaps. I'm sure it sounds like a very wise and open-hearted perspective to your ears. But me? I think hatred is a perfectly justifiable emotion. What else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's gotta fuel that drive to keep on living.
Thứ mà em phải có thể dựa vào để sống. Chắc là rất nhiều nhỉ?
If you're worried about me, you can nip that in the bud. I'm not someone who gets stuck in the past. It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. He was just a fool. That's why the academia turned their back on him, and why the other tribes ganged up on him. Oh, father. How much better things could have been if you were a skilled liar. Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendishly cunning liar. And yet, strangely, he feels more like a father to me than my real dad ever was. He's never brought it up, but I bet he feels the same way. Why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me in the art of deception?
Ông ta làm tên lừa đảo như thế nào nhỉ?
Well, King Deshret banished him to Aru, which is essentially a prison, and posed 3 questions to him. His response was to take on a physical form and approach me, hoping that I could become his envoy and Did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. He can't make me return what he gave to me.
Nghe có vẻ như ông ta rất tốt đối với cô.
So that's enough for you to decide he's nice, is it? He's a prisoner, and he was scared. So he decided to perform some good deeds to win people's approval. He lives in fear because he's a deceiver. How is Rerir any different? It's preposterous. Yet I can't say I don't understand it. Liars live in the darkness of their... They say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think?
Sự chân thành. Tôi cũng tôi phản đối suy nghĩ này.
Oh, really? Well, it takes a very kind person to find compassion even for liars. If you ask me, the soul of a liar really is worth nothing. Because all they care about is themselves. For example, when something good falls into my lap, I don't go sharing the news around.
Bên kia hình như có người nghe thấy lời của cô kìa.
So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them.
Ok, cô đã cởi mở với họ hơn rồi sao?
Oh, is that what it looks like?
Tôi cảm thấy cô đang coi mọi người như bạn bè vậy.
Well, you all know my past now. And I can't simply eliminate everyone who knows too much. When you find yourself in a situation you can't control, the safest play is to keep calm and start. If you understand what's at stake, please ensure my secret is safe with you.
Được.
Very good.
Oh, wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all calmed down, Paimon suddenly remembered something.
Chuyện gì vậy?
After all that build-up, our mystery ally never
Ok. Có điện phát ra từ trong phòng.
Huh? Am I imagining things?
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you? What's he been up to recently?
Người đồng nghiệp tốt ở lại với cô.
Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human interaction from hanging out with Bosco too than him. Although, now you mention it.
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave to the war. He won't lie low forever. So we'd better stay on guard.
Cho nói về Totore. Dore, nếu Dore gọi với trắng thì rồi nó về cho chết một ngàn lần, họ có thể là 10.000 lần nếu mà muốn. Nếu nó được vảy trắng tôi sẽ làm gì đó. Ok, nói chuyện thôi.
Ah, Lord Sangamabe. How lovely to see you. I must thank you for the device you provided. It was an enormous help. Would I be right in thinking that it was developed by the academia?
Why come and ask me when you clearly know already?
I mostly came to thank you.
That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangamabe. Play your cards right, and you might even stand a chance of becoming my long-term supplier.
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable investor as yourself would be a great honor for the curatorium.
Huh? Charitable? Who said anything about charity?
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased in Nodcry.
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Exposing my investment history!
It's nothing to hide from. They're all perfectly legitimate investments.
How did you...
You're a curious case, Lord Sangamabe. You don't like people finding out about your good deeds, do you? But I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to keep things under wraps, where there's a will, there's a way. You did it for Sumeru, didn't you?
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise. I figured if I built... Disasters are capricious things. They strike without any warning. My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. Somewhere with plenty of food, water, and medicine. Where everyone could live happy lives. It was something I looked into. But after discussing things with the Dendro Archon, the tech people handled the tech, and Moneybags provided the more.
It's a pity that so few people know the truth about you. Everyone says that you view
So? What's the problem with that? Everyone wants to be rich. It's human nature.
But surely you have dreams of your own beyond...
You don't get it, do you? My dream is to invest in other people's dreams. And, you know, make them... Just thinking about it makes me happy. That sweet, sweet sound of Mora.
Thank you.
For the device?
And the pendant.
Oh, that. I was just returning a favor. Don't worry about it.
Seems like we've both been away from home for a...
Yeah. So long that I barely remember what my family even looked like.
That would be your mother, father, and sister?
Yeah, though it's been years since my sister passed away. It's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but memory can be even more ruthless than the most calculating business person. My sister can't help me now. Slowly but surely, her face is fading from my mind's eye.
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away, the beautiful memories are the ones that last the longest.
Yeah, that's true. If you ask me, that's the one silver lining in all of it.
Well, that, plus, I'm sure that life is much better now than it was back then.
Oh, absolutely. I have tons of Mora, a big beautiful house, business is booming, and I'm as happy as can be. You've got a lot going for you too. Boss of the Curatorium of Secrets?
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
How have you been holding up? Any adverse reactions? If you start to take a turn for the worse...
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster. I'm fine. I mean, I barely did anything, so...
What? You're too humble, young man.
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Nodcry. We can't thank you enough for your support. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because you deserve it. The best thing is to accept it calmly and with grace.
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible feat of alchemy. The pressure was on, but you worked flawlessly at lightning speed to get the job done.
Thank you. I can't take all the credit, though.
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass in how to take a compliment.
Okay, yeah. I did work pretty hard to help prepare for the battle.
Hey, you guys!
Lần này thực sự vất vả cho mọi người rồi.
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, traveler.
Seems like you've recovered. You won't need to take any more medication.
Can I get you a drink?
Huh? You know how to order at a bar now?
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to...
Paimon believes it! You're clearly a fast learner, just like your brother. To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite follow.
Don't worry, that's completely understandable. Unless you're a student of alchemy, it's hard to grasp the principle and how the process works.
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of... When facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating. So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Colin. For this to work, we had to analyze his modes of attack, confirm who his main target was, and make sure that he wouldn't go beyond the... For added security, we We prepared a total of 4 arrays. But to mitigate the impact of the battle, we identified one location in particular. The alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it usable by Columbina. That power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh on impossible.
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed to join us. Given his history with Rerir, he had every right to sit this one out. But we're extremely grateful for the decision he made.
Gởi đầu với bạn ngày xưa, đây không phải là chuyện dễ dàng.
It must have been a painful choice to make. But I'm sure that making a decision was far better for him than staying in...
Absolutely. He was torn between 2 paths, but in the end, he made his choice and stuck to it resolutely. He doesn't strike me as the sort of person who'd stay trapped in limbo for long. Anyway, however you cut it, everyone gave a stellar performance. And now, it's time to kick back and celebrate.
That's the only reason you're here.
Yes. I've thought a lot about it. And I've realized that you, me, and Arlecchino should be friends. I think this is very important.
Well, this is a new one. I'm so moved. I can't even hold my teacup.
Do you not want to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being co-workers?
What is this, Columbina? Are you deliberately testing my patience threshold? Right now, my politeness module is active. But if you say another word, I swear I'll shut it down.
If your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word please at some point?
Polonia, please see Lady Columbina to the door.
Will you still invite me to your next tea?
What?
Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
Vừa nói chuyện với bạn bè sao?
Last time, the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it myself this time?
We just wanted to, see how you were doing now that it's all over.
Why? Out of concern for my safety? I hope you didn't seriously think that the Rahier of Solnari would be able to lay so much as a...
Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh?
Chúng tôi đã quấy nhiễu buổi trà chiều của cô rồi.
Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is already a write-off. If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself. Otherwise, it's going to waste. My coasters are still missing in action, though. Use this notebook instead.
Whoa! Pretty hefty notebook.
You can ignore those. They're just... I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant, dreamlike past. Sometimes I imagine the far-flung future. And other times, I grit my teeth and note down all the crazy nonsense going on, and trying to predict the future is like daydreaming. And writing about the present just makes me fear... Although, having said that, the only vaguely interesting memory in my past is probably that guy they call Lord Artificer.
Và có thể cơ ký của Alan Guillotin.
Who else? Pretty much all the mecha and Fontaine are his personal handiwork.
Wait, are you saying you know him? Like, personally?
I mean, I guess we were friendly enough.
Vậy cô đã từng gặp ông ta, đã là người của mấy trăm năm trước rồi đó.
Yep. In fact, I'm probably the only normal person left who knew him. We used to chat occasionally back when he was still around. Before he passed away, he asked me to destroy... I honored his request. But I mean, I couldn't let the genius of Lord...
So... that's where...
I just told you. Those are my equivalent of... Alain's work was like epic poetry. The formulas in my notebook are just... Not that there's anything bad about them. I mean, at least, solving those riddles isn't going to hurt anyone. Except me, because I lose a few brain cells in the process. Anyway, while we're on the topic, I might as well tell you about what happened to him and his friend. Alain Guillotin had 2 close buddies, Renee and Jacob. They spent
spent their childhood years together in the Nazissenkreuz Institute. They were all quite competitive, so there was some rivalry between them, but it was a friendly rivalry. But beneath the friendship and the rivalry ran something deeper. Unfortunately, childhood would end. The prophecy would come true. A mad dream that would normally only capture the minds of lunatics. And if Renee and Alain had been people of lesser wits, but alas, they were some of the sharpest minds around. They nurtured that dream with the first of them to fall under its spell was Renee. Against Alain's wishes, he persisted in experimenting on a mutual friend of theirs to try and save their life. Alain did not approve. It's complicated. Alain wanted to believe that Renee only did. Perhaps the seed that would grow into a nightmare had already sprouted in Renee's mind. Even the next time they met, Renee's soul had been completely engulfed by the dream of salvation. And although that wave died down eventually, I hear that it just recently came back with a vengeance. As I understand, Renee wanted to live out his dream of salvation once, but I'm told that the attempted resurgence finally died out for good. What do you think of Renee? Do you admire his transcendent genius? His view that any price was worth paying to achieve the lofty goal of saving the world? Or do you despise him? Dismiss him as an evil madman? Same difference, really. Just a matter of perspective.
Tôi không biết nữa.
What a cop-out. But I suspect you'd have a more incisive and insightful answer if we dug into it further.
Vậy cô thấy Rene thế nào?
I don't like fanatics who give up their whole lives for their ideology. Maybe I could understand if Renee had just been an ordinary person. Anyway, that's enough about Renee. Now, moving on to Alain Guillotin. He managed to put a stop to the first storm whipped up by Renee. To his credit, I suppose, the loss of his family and after that, the only thing supporting his work. But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form of transcendental knowledge or power. I think that formulas and machines derived solely from human intellect were yet Alain's intellect was simply too great. It barely left him space to breathe in his life. Once he realized that the end of his life was approaching, he finally accepted the truth. The Nazissenkreuz Institute needed someone. He quit working on his formulas, trading them in for the fairy tales that had played such a formative role in his childhood, but which he told me that the director of the Nazissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to the children as bedtime stories. I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued by depression. At the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Nazissenkreuz Institute orphanage. Many years after that, tensions over competing dreams would once again cause a rift. This time between members of the Fontaine Research Institute. And that is the story of the people in the Nazissenkreuz Institute. One went all in on his fantasy of salvation without ever looking back, and ended up calmly sinking to the bottom of the deepest sea.
Trời mưa đó mọi người có thể nghe mình nói được đó, tại vì nó cũng hơi lọc tiếng ồn á, nhưng mà mưa cũng lớn quá.
The other sought desperately to burn bright in his life, even though he wasn't sure where he was going. I do sometimes wonder, why is it that people like them have such grand hopes of saving the world? Even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed. So perhaps, for each of them, their mission to save the world began with a very simple desire. They were young children with friends and family who mattered to them. Desires to explore the meaning of life. Ambitions to have a successful career. Or maybe they just wanted to find something to anchor themselves within the chaos. To stop them getting quietly swept away by the storms of life. But instead, the search for their own salvation took them down the rocky road later. Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world? Sensible answer. Glad to know you've got your head screwed on straight. Alan would disagree, though. I asked him the same question back when he was in. Yes, it's enough. No elaboration, just a quick, short answer. All right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'll have to bring a whole sack of gifts the next time I visit the house. I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. Polonia, exit hibernation mode. Begin diagnostics.
Có vẻ gì này chỉ có một cái cốt truyện thôi. Ok rồi, đúng rồi. Lấy thưởng để rồi còn rồi. Ok rồi, đúng rồi nè. Thì trước là đã đi lúc rồi, chắc không làm đâu. Thoát tim nữa chứ. Có nè. Vậy tôi chưa có thằng này. Chưa có thằng Dahlia. Rồi, coi như Chúc được cái cục đá trong lòng rồi. Rồi, rồi. Rồi, con này thì ok, con nó rồi. Ok, cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi video. Thì chúng ta sẽ gặp lại nhau trong video lần tới nha. Bye bye. See you again. Hãy like, share, đăng ký kênh ủng hộ tôi nhé. Dạo này không ai đăng ký hết, buồn quá.
Thank you.